Professor Sanmugapriya, madam.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, please start, ma'am.
Yes, sir. A warm good morning to all. I invite all the dignitaries and the participants of attending today's Bodhi International Online Conference on Global Trends in English Language, Literature and Linguistics. Now I welcome Chairperson Dr. S. Ramanathan, Assistant Professor of English, VHNSN College, Virudhunagar. And he had completed MA English, MA Linguistics and MPhil, B.Ed and PhD. And also he had completed PG DDE and he had cleared NET and SET, and he presented 62 papers, and also he published 43 articles, and he is authored in 4 books, and he edited 4 books, and also he invited 13 lectures, and he is also a member in editorial board for 2 journals. I welcome you, sir.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, it's my pleasure to chair this session in which an intellectual is going to make deliberation over eco-critical perspectives. I think he is the right person to make the deliberations on eco-critical perspectives, since he is an ardent lover of nature, and also he was conferred a Green Ambassador. And the resource person's name is Dr.KK, working as an assistant professor of English in Vivekananda College, Agasthiswaram. He has put in 15 years of service, and he has presented many papers. He has organized 12 conferences. He's invited as resource person in many of the conferences. He is well known in the academia. I think he has completed one PhD research. Recently, I have attended the Viva OC conducted by Dr. Kavirasu for his scholar. With that few introduction, I would like to tell you something on eco-critical perspectives. When you talk about the eco-critical perspectives, I would like to quote 2 works that I have recently come across. The first work is a well-known poem, a song in an album. You would have come across, or you would have listened to that song. The song is entitled as "Enjoy Me." Very catchy phrases are there. When you listen to that particular song, you may understand how the world has come to us, and what's our duty towards the world or towards the earth, what we should do. All these things are very detailedly explicated in that particular song. And the next work I would like to mention is Clara and Son. That was a recent novel written by Kazuo Ishiguro, a Japanese writer who is based in London. Very, very clearly, he says that that particular novel deals with the artificial intelligence, a machine which has the artificial intelligence. but the machine has the ecological concerns. The novel ends with a message, as far as I decoded that particular message in this way. The novel ends with this message. The message is, even the machine which has the artificial intelligence has the ecological concern. Why not the human beings? This is the positive side of using the machine, positive side of looking into that particular novel. So these two works are highly ecological concerns. So with that few note on ecological concern, I would like to invite Dr. Kavirasu, who is the right person to talk about the eco-critical perspectives. Nearly a couple of weeks ago, I happened to listen to Dr. Kavirasu in my college. He has made wonderful deliberations. Just like that, he's also going to rock today. And with this few information and introduction on Dr. Kavirasu, I would like to invite him to talk about ecology and literary studies. Dr. Kavirasu, the stage is yours. The forum is yours. Yes, Dr. Kavirasu.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yes. No. Forum is yours. Okay. Yes.
So thank you, Dr. Ramanathan, sir, for wonderful introduction. And I also admire how the machines have ecological concern. We will come to that later. Yes. So before getting into this session, I just share my gratitude toward the organizers and Dr. Balakrishnan, who are part of this two-day Bodhi International Conference on Global Trends in English Language, Literature, and Linguistics. So good morning, friends, scholars, and learned colleagues. So today, we are living in a digital era where has become a cakewalk. So the emergence of technology has virtualized these human experiences. Of course, nowadays people are not ready to encounter nature face to face. Instead, what happens? We are all interested in creating a kind of utopian world where human is part of this nature. The nature around him is being destroyed and he is silent. He is unaware of the crisis which is there waiting for him and for his generations to bring sufferings and untold miseries. So the emerging and mounting technology has resulted in machinization and robotization of human lifestyle. Though we are here in this pandemic, we are all inclined towards these machines and technology only. You find very rarely people being one with nature, distancing themselves from this technology during this pandemic crisis or during these lockdown periods. But thank God, this lockdown to some extent has brought a kind of aversion towards technology in some people because of the extensive use of technology. So we talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning as in one of the Tamil movies, Endiran and 2.0, where it is a typical example of artificial intelligence and machine learning, where a machine itself can learn and produce something. It can be a creator. So a creator has created a creation, and this creation once again becomes a creator through machine learning. So this is the advanced science nowadays, where machines, they themselves can calculate and they can come to a conclusion. So where on the other side we find nature is totally ignored in the name of creation. Many of these people, many people of this generation, especially the youngsters, they are fascinated towards creating new softwares. They want to create some short films. They want to identify themselves amidst those top bloggers, YouTubers, right? And so they choose technology as the field. Very few choose nature. So nature is ignored, and the knowledge about nature gets diminished, and this results in chaotic situation. As Nirmal Salomani, he points out rightly the term anarchy. So anarchy is going to be prevailed because of the consequences of what we do. You can find this knowledge without experience is impractical, and experience without knowledge is superficial. So knowledge and experience should go hand in hand. We have the technical knowledge. We create a kind of a virtual world, but we are least bothered to explore and experience the realistic world. I can feel this because I used to go trekking into the Western Ghats at least once or twice every year, and every time I get into the woods, I find how mankind is distanced from nature. That's the only solace. You can find in the ancient Indian lifestyle, they had, though we call that there was something called as Varnashrama Dharma and what are the other classifications, but the lifestyle of people was classified in a kind of a better way. So you can find there is something called as sannyasa, a stage where after their sons and daughters gets married, the parents, they go into the woods, into the forest. Why? They want to prepare for the next world, the next life. But we are not bothering about that. Even after our 80s, we are focusing on making money. So this is so pathetic situation here. So we want to experience this knowledge, and so that is why, or to know the real knowledge, to get wisdom, people get into the forest. They start living in the forest, and the ecological term, one of the famous terms, symbiosis takes place there. Mutualism happens. You can find how people, they become synchronized with the natural ambience. The ego, human superiority, goes away here. So it was part of our tradition, but we have distanced ourselves away from this lifestyle. Okay, so you can find literature in those days a reflection of these experiences, and nature played a vital role. Nature was partial of their literature. The expressions of nature were captured by only few people. Okay. Not everyone could do that. That is why we celebrate Wordsworth as a nature poet. And we could not give that importance to others here in British literature. There in American literature, we still celebrate Frost, Thoreau, Emerson, because they had a kind of insight into nature. They understood the truth through nature, reflected in literature. So it is something which is quite interesting. When I just browsed to the definitions of literature, I came across one interesting definition, that literature is a perfect blend of rational knowledge and perpetual experience presented in the way of art. So what happens here? The rational knowledge alone is looked at as literature nowadays, but this perpetual experience is not focused. That is why theories emerge, and they focus all the theories and all the isms, they focus on this perpetual experience only. And they want to bring out the experience from the literary texts, so that you can see truth, virtue, and beauty in literature. So in those days, you can find nature writing was a kind of fashion. Being one with nature, appreciating nature was a trend. But after the world wars, it was forgotten. They started focusing more on the concept of I. That is, the human interest was the trend after the world wars. Later, there was a warning bell stating that man, or this whole humanity, or this whole world is under threat. It is very late that mankind started realizing where they are. They started associating are relating themselves with nature. And this too has become a kind of ritual. In those days, you can find in the ancient days, you can find rituals were part of life. And rituals, they mean everything which happens in the ritual. They know the value of the rituals. But in the recent times, rituals has become namesake. We do not know why we undertake this ritual. So the hyacinth girl and our Kalalagar getting into Vaigai, they have some connection. You find the kind of nurturing nature was a part and parcel of people's lifestyle. Before marriage, they had to see that whether the girl is going to bring fertility not only to the family but also to the whole society and the earth. Whether she is one with nature, whether nature would respond to what she does to nature. So everything was there in the form of rituals. But nowadays, in the name of rationality, we done away with those rituals. Even though there were many bungalows, they had the habit of using cow dungs and around their house. This had medical effects, but in the name of culture, the so-called culture, we are distanced from this too. There are various other traditional lifestyle which we have done away with. So what happens? We fail to nurture nature. Even now, what happens? Many people have houses, but not with an intention to protect the environment. It's not so. So you can find from the day literature originated, it was human-centric or anthropocentric. And thanks to Cheryl Glotfelty for making a kind of awareness and coming out with the ecological conceits in literature. Here you can find how human beings need to be dependent on nature. The anthropocentric world looked at human beings as, or they placed human beings at the center of this world or this biosphere, where this eco-critics or the eco-aesthetics looks or places man as a part of the environment or part of the nature or just the part of the biosphere where he is not the center right? So this realization started emerging in the Western countries, especially in America and Australia. In India, though we had this culture, this as a part of our culture and lifestyle, still we are fascinated towards one side of the Western world, and we are still seeking are looking forward are looking towards the development side towards technology. Because I have very good friends in US and Australia. There's no compromise. If I grow a tree in my house, I can grow a tree, right? But I can't cut any tree without the permission of the government. And if I do not maintain that tree, I need to pay penalty to the government, right? So the earth is something which is the essence of their lifestyle. This is what they realize. So this is the base. So they focus on nature and conservation of nature, which is not here in our Indian mindset. And generally, the third world countries, they are all focusing on or that marching towards excellence, and they think that technology is the only thing which can take them to that level. No, it is not that. Technology and economy cannot bring you solace in desolate state. Okay. So you can find the classical and ancient literature from almost all the parts of the world had some form of ecological narrative in their literary constructs. Animals and birds, oceans and lakes, skies and seas have been part of the storytelling from time immemorial. They made entry and exit into the stories very naturally in their original forms or as special avatars without affecting the story's narrative flow. So they were part and parcel of the story plot. No doubt the oral literary tradition was nature-centric. Human being was just part of nature. When you take the ancient narratives, you can see how nature was described. When you take Paradise Lost, they say that almost 70% of this Paradise Lost is description of nature and beings. Okay. So this slowly has transformed into human-centric in the late 18th and the beginning of the 19th century. And this anthropocentric stance, as I said during the World War, it has once again reinforced by the ideologies of people like Friedrich Nietzsche, who said, God is no more. So when God is no more, it is my responsibility to take care of the world, and man did not take care of nature. In his perception, the world is minus nature. And this slowly has changed. I just recollect the words of Wordsworth. One impulse from a vernal wood may teach you more of man, of moral evil, and of good than all the sages can. So eco-literature or nature writing is not simply about nature, but also it talks about the human relationship with the nature. So we have various writers after Wordsworth. One significant writer, Thoreau, he is celebrated not only by the eco-critics, the transcendentalists, and nature writers, but also his works are considered as a Bible for environmentalists. So the pond is considered to be a Bible of these environmentalists. They find that pond is called as a real literature because literature is not just a story, but it tries to give some solution to the problems in the real life situation. So pond is considered to be a literary piece which gives solution to the ecological problems of this century. It talks not about plants or animals or birds alone. It is about the relationship with them and how human relates to them. So you can find Thoreau had sown a seed in the minds of the American nature lovers. And slowly, with the emergence of various isms in literature, eco-criticism also emerged. And people started writing eco-literature, though it is called a new term, eco-literature. It is not a new term. It is the old wine in a new bottle. So, of literary works, which includes fiction, poetry, criticism, and all these forms, it emphasizes the issues of ecology and biosphere. Slowly, you can find there is a shift from voicing for ecology to encroaching into or to exploring into this ecology and identifying biomes of the ecosphere. So we say biosphere, but we do not explore into these biomes of the biosphere. So you can find this ecological literature or the eco-criticism. It explores deep into the portrayals of how environmental degradation leads to human suffering, displacements, and how the citizens they be refugees in their own countries. You can find countries like Somalia, where because of the devastation of the environment, you can find they live like refugees in their own land. And this need to be carried away, taken to multitudes through literature. Brian Norton, he comes out with a hypothesis called as convergence hypothesis. This convergence, the value of people-centeredness and the value of the life-centeredness converge, the value of conservation of biodiversity emerges. In other words, when utilization and unity converges, eco-consciousness emerges. So eco-consciousness, it is something which is a kind of amalgamation of utilization and unity. We do not think nor worry about nature much. I re-emphasize this every now and then. Though we climb, so you can think that, see, nowadays we are having more concern towards nature. No, we do not have concern towards nature. We are fascinated towards nature, and we are not having concern towards nature. That is something which I always reiterate. So the very idea of eco-consciousness appeared because of the warnings which the environment or ecology or the earth has given to mankind. Warnings like pollution. Because of pollution, the human lifestyle changes. And so they thought, why this pollution? What are the cause and what are the effect of pollution? And they found that the result would be the extinction of human race. So they started focusing on pollution, reducing the pollution. All of a sudden, they started feeling a kind of the temperature rise throughout the world, and they named it as global warming. And what was the result? All the grown or developed nations, they took a stance that you should not use, because they identify the cause of this global warming, and they just like that banned all those activities which were the cause of global warming. The one thing is not in the hands of the government or planning, overpopulation, and that too is being taken into control nowadays. Because earlier, I remember not long ago, so long ago, even my father had 11 siblings, where I have only 2, whereas in the next generations, I do not know. The government would it will have control over the population. As we need to get permission from the government to construct houses, we need to get permission from the government to give birth to a child. So this is not in a long way. It is in the process. So people may wonder, see, this is far-fetched. No, it is not so. Earlier we had hospitals here and there, and these hospitals had MBBS doctors, but now we have multi-specialty hospitals. More than these multi-specialty hospitals, we have many test tube baby centers. gynecologists, and fertility centers. You can witness there would be at least one fertility center in your locale. Sometimes one per street, right? So this is the result of what man has done. So the voicing of these environmental issues took place somewhere when the Americans started realizing the effects of the DDT, the pesticides. So all these are the effects of pesticides, which has the quality of changing the gene. The extensive use of polyethylene components by us. See, all these have taken place within a span of 50 years. Within a span of 50 years, everything has changed. And who knows, in another 50 years, everything would be controlled, and man, maybe this generation or another 2 generations would be the last surviving generations on earth. So this is something which the reason of the eco-consciousness within us. So now people start realizing, okay, why? So we started having this kind of fertility problems because of the modified plants, foods, seed, and all these things. So they started cultivating their own. They started having their own gardens. Okay, so people started realizing things. Okay, and this can also bring back the changed climate. Okay, because of deforestation and the concrete jungles, the climate change has taken place, and it has resulted in ozone layer depletion. So this once again reinforced the idea of eco-consciousness within humanity. Only when there is some crisis, we just think of that. Even God is not an exception. Only when we are in some crisis or suffering, we think of God. Otherwise, we do not think of God. Okay. So there has been a rapid loss of ecological species with the progress of time. The natural habitat kept shrinking due to human activities, and you can find the wildlife poaching has resulted in species becoming endangered also. And this has even taken to an extent that the species would be extincted. So you can find this, the case with tigers, nilgiritas, and lion-tailed muskrat at our Nilgiris, and we are worrying these species would extinct one day or the other. And of course, these species contribute something to nature and environment, but we are not aware that the human species also would become endangered soon, all of a sudden. So you can find the Western thoughts has, which was once utility-based, has slowly changed, and they started realizing the need for nature. People started questioning, what is nature? What is man's place in nature? Does nature only exist for man's needs alone? How can we define nature today considering the ecological disasters? What is the contribution of literature and literary studies to ecology? These were the questions placed in front of the literarians, and we have to give a solution for this. When there was a conflict between science and religion after the wars of the World War, when we find a kind of theory which states that man is a distant cousin of ape. It questioned religion, which stated man was created by God in his own image. But slowly what happened? You can see there is a shift in the people's attitude, and people were in a confused state, and they need a solution. Of course, literature, or the role of literature, or the responsibility of literature then was to give a solution to this. Whenever we had any kind of social issues, literature was there to give solution. And so we have ecological crisis now, and so you can find literature is here to give a solution. So we find eco-literatures and eco-literary studies have emerged nowadays. And you can find there is a kind of paradigm shift from the anthropocentrism to biocentrism and ecocentrism. Anthropocentrism assumed that the humans are given higher priority. See, here is a kind of assumption only. So the assumption has broken, and you can find this biocentrism. In biocentrism, that every organisms, each and every organisms, they call that biotic and abiotic. Biocentric world is constructed of biotic and abiotic components. Okay, so here you can find human being is just a part of the larger biotic web only, and this realization takes place. And in the biocentric world, in the biocentrism, the biotic components alone were taken into consideration, but the abiotic components were not taken into consideration, where ecocentrism focused on biotic as well as the abiotic, and it focuses on the interest of the ecosphere as a whole, and it focuses on the interest of every individual species. So that is the ecocentrism which we are relating with the literature, and so it is called as eco-literature. So ecocentricists hold that the world is an intrinsically dynamic, interconnected web of relations with no absolute dividing lines between the living and non-living, the animate and the inanimate. So you can find, so this modern study which states that there is no division between the living and the non-living. Okay, so you can find everything is related with everything else, right? Everything is related with everything else, and nothing can be looked at in isolation. So that is the principles of these ecocentrists. Okay, so you can find Aldo Leopold, he said in the Land Ethics, he says that the community, the ecocentric community, it's something which includes soil, water, plants, and animals. So soil, water, plants, and animals. See, earlier we looked at plants and animals alone as part of these biomes, whereas soils and waters were not a part of the biomes. See, water, there is no life according to this biocentrists, okay, and the ecocentrics say that without the soil and water, these plants and animals could not survive. Okay, and the recent studies, yes, last month I came across an article where there is a study being made that water has life, soils have life, and soils do communicate, and water do communicate. So these were earlier just kind of proportions in literature, but now it has become a hypothesis in science also. So in land ethics, you can find the lands are classified into the wilderness, the scenic sublime, the countryside, and domestic picturesque. So the English mindset has classified this into these 4 categories, and they say that human beings are part of this. But this realization, this lifestyle was there in our peninsular India, where we, the Tamil people, had the age-old tradition of Thinai concept, where the land mass is divided into 5 different categories, naming as Thinai, Kurunji, Mullai, Mardam, Neidal, and Palai. So you can find here, this is a little bit different. The classification here is different. The wilderness is something which consists of deserts, oceans, and uninhabited land masses. So deserts and oceans are not explored by human beings. See, based on the human encroachment into nature, this classification is made here by Aldo Leopold. When it comes to Kurunji, we find that landmass has a kind of quality. It has a climate, it has a lifestyle, it has a food habit, it has a kind of animal and plant tree integrated lifestyle. Okay, and likewise here we do not have that kind of contemplation here in the wilderness. So our Thinai is something which is based on human beings' association with this landmass. You must have that in your mind. Okay, it never spoke much on the wilderness. Yes, of course there is wilderness, but the idea of a human being, how human being has related himself with that landmass, what are the animals he has identified, what are the plants he has identified, and what are the trees and all those, what not, whichever he has identified comes under these 5 categories. Whereas wilderness is not so. The wilderness is something which contains almost all those which are not identified. So that is the wilderness here. Less human encroachment is called as the wilderness. Less or there is no encroachment at all. So such area is called as wilderness. The next is a scenic sublime, where the forest, lakes, mountains, cliffs, and waterfalls are considered as scenic sublimes. Yes, you can find forests and mountains, cliffs, waterfalls, as it is there. All these are used by human beings, or human beings started utilizing these. Once he starts utilizing this, what happens? He clears this area and it becomes the countryside, where you can find hills, fields, and woods. Forest would be destroyed by human beings, and this forest, when he enters, it becomes forest, and these forests would be destroyed, and it would be once again created by human beings. That is called as woods. Forests are trees which comes naturally, and woods are man-made. So you can find many estates where you can find huge trees. All are man-made. What are that? Planted by men or human beings. When I had my trekking experience near Valparai, I was taken aback when I was taken to a place where there was a tree called as Kanimara. Kanimara, that is the youngest tree. Okay, and the British people swindled the wealth of our country. They chopped off all the trees in the Western Ghats. All the oldest trees were taken away to their country. From top slip, it was taken to their own landscape. They have left one tree because probably when the tree was, when they used these tribal people to cut the tree, there was blood oozing from the tree. And so the tribal people said that it is a Kanni, it is a god, and so they do not want to cut the tree. And so they left the tree. That is a huge tree which we around 5 to 6 members together, we were just holding it around. When we around the tree, we were for around 5 to 6 people, we were holding the tree. That was the diameter of the tree. So now you can see how the nature is exploited. How the Western mindset, the Western authority, supremacy has exploited. So these forests were destroyed, and so slowly what happens? They started planting teak trees there once again, yes, and you can find now it's a great forest, but it's not forest actually, it's woods. Okay, because all these teak woods there are planted by human beings. So this is the difference which he tries to talk in this land ethics. Okay, so based on the human inhabitation with the landscape, this category is divided. And finally, we find the domestic picaresque, where you have parks, gardens, and lanes. And it is quite interesting that this should go in a reverse order also. When, see, it happens somewhere. So in parks, we just plant in parks, we plan and plant trees and plants. Whereas only till you maintain it, you can find it be very useful. In our perspective, beautiful, okay? But if you do not maintain it, once again, what happened? It will become a wilderness. You can see the dilapidated temples and the dilapidated buildings through the world, all going back to the wilderness. So the eco-critics, they focus on going back to the wilderness from the domestic picaresque. So to go back to the wilderness, we have to give the room of nature to itself. The feminists say that give a room of my own, right? When the feminists claim that women needs the room of their own, why not nature? nature should also have the room of its own to survive itself. Else, we would be destroying this nature. So Barry Commoner, he states, everything is connected to everything else. So the biotic, abiotic, and the living and non-living, everything is interconnected. So you can also find the eco-critics reject the notion that everything is socially or linguistically constructed. So people say that everything is socially constructed, linguistically constructed. No, you have given an identity, a linguistic identity for what is there already existing. So it is not that, actually. Rose is not a rose at all. Rose is actually a flower, actually. And it is rose or roja, whatever you call, but it is a flower. Okay, so it is the linguistic construction. So changing the linguistic construction cannot change the nature itself. Okay, this is another important aspect which the eco-critics put forth. So Scott Slovic, he says human nature relationship in any text is something which should be given importance. We should look at the human nature relationship in any text. When a text has not given importance to this human nature relationship, then ultimately the text is not a text at all. It is not worthy a text at all. So we have to, the radical eco-critics has come out with a notion that whatever any text which has no element of nature, or whichever has not given nature much importance, can never be considered as a literary text at all. Okay, so there were 3 different waves of eco-criticism. In 1970 to 1990, we find the first wave of eco-criticism. It states man is superior to nature. But in 1990, you find there is a kind of a change with the second wave of eco-criticism, stating that man and nature are equal. You have to treat man and nature equally. Okay, man and nature are one. Okay, but the third wave of eco-criticism, post 2000, voices that nature is superior to man. So you can find here the third wave. It continues to build on the development on the second wave, deconstructing the inherited opposition of nature and human, in which the nature is privileged and the human is denigrated. You can find here exploring the social, economic, and physical dimensions of environmental process takes place. So it is not only just looking at nature, but the significance or the role of the nature in social, economical, and physical dimensions is also looked at here in the art. It is given importance to in this third wave. And you can find that here the concept of environmentality, the concept of environmentality is just prevailing, right? And you can find in the this third wave, as I said, it looks at the role of that is the environment or ecology in society, social, economical, and physical dimensions. It has given birth to many isms, and you can find eco-feminism, eco-psychology, eco-theology, eco-spirituality, eco-Marxism, eco-pedagogy, and eco-cinemas, eco-aesthetics, eco-theaters, and even the post-humanism has taken its dimension, eco-post-humanism, and eco-criticism has once again elevated to the next stage called as post-colonial eco-criticism. Okay, so you can find these kinds of elevations are there in the third wave of ecology. Okay, so many isms and logies are evolving nowadays by transcending disciplines, because it is no more interdisciplinary. It has become transdisciplinary, and this eco has become part and parcel of all disciplines, because without realizing the essence of nature and environment, the truth and virtue and beauty of literature nor nature could not be studied. Okay, so you can find so eco literature it is found a kind of dominant. It has found a dominant place in the realms of literature nowadays. And though technology, as Sir said in the beginning, though technology has taken its upper hand, the technology even starts thinking about each other. There is a wonderful movie called as Wall-E, where you can find the robo which was there to clean the waste, the e-waste, which is sent to which was created by human beings. So the e-waste is another important important point which we need to focus, and the proper waste disposal. All this, see, I may sound a little bit theoretical. See, eco-criticism is not just speaking about nature alone. Okay, so protecting nature, how we have a devastated nature is something which we have to identify, and we have to focus on that also. Voicing towards a kind of clean and healthy environment is also very important. Okay, so we can also see these concepts in the new literature which is formed out of eco-consciousness, which is called as neo-eco literature. Okay, so neo-eco literature gives importance or emphasis to all these elements. Okay, so I think I have exhausted the stipulated time. So thank you so much for the patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kavirasa, for your well-organized intellectual deliberation on ecology and literature. And now the session is open for discussion. The participants can ask their questions, if any. Only 2 or 3 questions can be allowed, since we are exhausting the time. So if there are no questions, we can go for the conclusion or concluding part of the lecture. Okay, we can come to the conclusion. Dr. Kavirasa has explained how ecology can be protected, how it's productive for the human culture. He has decoded the image of Kallalagar stepping into Vaigai. And it's worth noting that anthropocentrism has spoiled or destroyed the nature, and it has deviated man from nature. And he has also explained the effects health effects or health deformities that human beings have attained when they depart from nature or when they exclude themselves from nature. All these things are well explained in that particular lecture by Dr. Kavirasu. And it's worth noting that Greta Thunberg's speech is worth noting, and it's an alarm which was delivered in the United Nations Conference on Climatic Change. Greta Thunberg is a Swedish environmental activist. She is the first person to alarm the conscience of human beings over the ecological perspectives or need to preserve the ecology. With that fine information, I would like to close the session. Thank you, Dr. Kavirasu, for your lecture. And also I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair a session like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. S. Ramanathan sir and also Dr. K. Kavirasu sir. We can move on into the next session, paper presentation. I hope the presenters are ready to present their papers. Dear paper presenters, before presenting your papers, you just read your rules and regulations to follow. Okay, now I call upon Dr. Thenmalar Bharati ma'am, Associate Professor of English, RMD Engineering College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. And she has been working as an assistant professor of English for 19 years. She had completed MA, MPhil and PhD. She attended 32 webinars and workshops, and also ma'am published 3 books, and she's the editor of 3 books, and she's a chairman for English board by Anna University in Chennai. She published so many articles and publications, and she is awarded a silver and a bronze medal from Infosys company for training the students. I welcome you, ma'am. And also she is acted as a jury for the competitions held on occasion of Old Age Day held in Tiruvallur district. Once again, I welcome you, ma'am, for this occasion.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everybody.
Yes.
I'm very glad to meet you people. Let me start this session. I wish you all the best. First participant, Dr. S. Ram Manohar Pari.
Good morning, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
In English, KG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. The session is yours, sir. You can start, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ram Manohar Pari.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. S. Ramanagar Pari, Assistant Professor in English, KG College of Arts and Science. I am going to present the paper titled Sangati, a Subaltern Study. Sangati is a semi-autobiography novel. It analyzes Dalit women's oppression as a triple jeopardy of power rests with men in the community. The text traces Dalit women are being sexually exploited by the patriarchy of the upper caste. The confessional conversational mode of writing adopted by Bama in Sangadi, significant milestone in Tamil Dalit fiction. Bama employs the vocabulary of literary discourse that stands alienated from the marginalized subject. The word subaltern stands for of inferior rank of or status, subordinate hence of rank, power, authority, and fiction. In other words, it refers to the subordination of class, gender to those groups in society who are subject to the domination of the ruling classes. The concept of the subaltern gained increased prominence and currency with Gayatri's 5 Works article, Can the Subaltern Speak? 1985. According to Gayatri's 5 Works, the subaltern cannot speak. The downtrodden are kept away from formal education due to social, economic, and ideological paradigms. Bama foregrounds multi-layered oppression against downtrodden women. She focuses on the work that is routinely done by downtrodden women, both at home and outside. Bama's narratives evoke anger along with a strong sense of social consciousness. They create an awareness of the significance of her experiences in relation to her community and in relation to other marginalized communities. The narratives initiate a new culture where human dignity and personal identity embrace each other at the center of discourse. Bama represents the experiences of the marginalized as victims of multi-exploitation. She galvanizes socio-political actors in their demand for justice and in their expression of resistance. In Sangadi, Bama exposes all the vicious aspects of middle-class morality. Sangadi speaks about Bama's own experience of her childhood and her experiences working within her oppressed community. It is a collection of several interconnected stories, anecdotes, events, experiences, and reports of downtrodden community narrated by writer herself. The story develops through past and present experiences of several women characters under the male-dominated society. Bama narrates the story from Dalit feminist point of view. Subaltern means land laborers, construction workers, wages. The caste, courts, churches, and power structures of the society are concerned only with men. All social
Sir,
institutions. Madam?
sorry for the interruption, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you come to the conclusion, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Subalternity, a term introduced by Ranjit Singh. Later, it continued by Gayatri Spivak. In her work, Can Subaltern Speak? Gayatri Spivak says, a subaltern cannot speak. But Bama, what she is trying to say, subaltern can speak by getting proper education. This is my conclusion, ma'am. Summing up, these are my findings. Yes,
fine, sir. Fine, sir. The presentation was very nice. It was very good, impressive.
Can you see the slide?
Audience, do you have any question? Audience? Okay, sir. Sir, Ram Manohar, sir, shall I call upon the next participant?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Next participant, Dr. B.S. Arun, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Erode Arts and Science College, Autonomous, Erode. Welcome, sir.
Very pleasant morning to everyone.
Yes, sir.
I thank everyone for giving me this wonderful opportunity through the online for my presentation. I am Dr. B.S. Arun, Assistant Professor of English, Erode Arts and Science College, Erode. And I have chosen the topic of the redefinition of gender relations in the movie The Source by Radu Mihailiano. It's a French movie. I will continue with this. Literature has observed the roles of women evolving through ages, but in recent times, most of the published writers were men, and the depiction of women in literature without any bias. This paper exposed the depiction of Muslim women in the film The Source by Radu Mihailiano. In Hollywood, Muslim woman has often been portrayed as fuming and insensitive. The Source is a story of women, young and old, who fetches water far from their positive mountain village. Though their men sit and watch the world go away, The Source is dolled up as a bright musical allegory of female independence. It is basically a story of the hopeless circumstances for the female under Islamic suppression. The woman of an unidentified North African village, filmed on location in Morocco, habitually collect pails of water from a distance, spring high on a dry, uninhabited rock. This unsafe hike causes another pregnant local to miscarriage. Layla, newly welcomed to the fold of women, the protagonist of the film, rise up against this run-through. The movie, The Source, is in the Moroccan vernacular of Arabic, with a varied cast from Algeria, Tunisia, France, Palestine, and Morocco. Women's rights in the region have become the focal point of increasing international attention and study following the Arab Spring revolutions. This film is important for all whom interested in going away from stereotypes and understanding contemporary realities of women's lives in North Africa. In the film, women is in a marginalized rural village. Somewhere, it is a quotation from the dialogue in the movie. Somewhere between the north of Africa and the Middle East, the source one. That's a conversation in the movie, the source. Go on a sex trek to remonstration, having no to search water from a faraway source. The laborious trek up the mountain on the back carrying heavy pails of water leads to frequent miscarriages, subjecting women to indictment of infertility
Sir,
and
sir, excuse me, sir.
intimidation.
Sorry for interrupting, sir.
Yes, madam.
You just
Yes.
concluded, sir. It's time.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Dr. Arun, it's almost time. Instead of reading the paper, can you give us the gist of your paper and also conclusion?
Okay, okay. I'll just give the gist, madam. Return the gist. I'll give the what has been criticized, what has been given by critics in this source. The overarching theme rushed throughout the film is the redefinition of gender relations. The choice presented is between the two types of relationships between men and women. The first one based on force and cruelty, the other on equality and love. The implication with the being that the first will preserve deficiency and marginalization.
Dr. Arun, in terms of Dr. Arun, in terms of gender distinction, what you come to say, Arun?
Gender distinction, there is a partiality, and the male chauvinism is there. A domination of male is there, and female are being suppressed and oppressed, and that is what I am coming to say.
Okay, fine. It was very informative, Dr. Arun.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Arun. Next, I call upon participant Javid K. Shah, Assistant Professor of English, SNA Government Arts and Commerce College, Chhattisgarh. Thank you, Arun. I will.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I welcome Javid K. Shah.
So, good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible and also visible, sir.
At the outset, I congratulate Dr. Arun that he presented a very nice paper. And this is my proud privilege that I have given an opportunity to present my paper. The topic of my paper is Susan Abul Hawa's novel, Mornings in Jenin, Anguish of Dispossession. Susan Abul Hawa is a poet, novelist, and a human rights activist. She is a Palestinian-American writer. She wrote 3 novels and a poetical collection. Susan Abul Hawa published her debut novel, Mornings in Jenin, in 2010. It was the worldwide bestseller list. It was translated into more than 24 languages. It is the collection of memories of a war-zone youth. It is through this novel, Abul Hawa wants to put a Palestinian voice in English literature. The novel describes the experiences of a Palestinian Abul Heja family that lived in Hod, a small village of olive farmers. When Israeli occupation of Palestinian land began in 1948, a new state was formed, and this family was forcefully displaced to live in a refugee camp of Jenin. People suffered many hardships during this period. The novel records the bitter experiences of Abdul Hejaz, who witnessed the violence of Israeli forces in Jenin. This narrative is brought out by Amal, the central character, who is the youngest daughter of the family. For Amal, it is impossible to forget those traumatic experiences. I quote, "All I could see of soldiers were their legs, their boots that seemed to storm my body as they walked out. They had bombed and burned, killed and maimed, plundered and looted. Now they had come to claim the land," unquote. Amal's mother, Dalia, is a tortured woman. Her 6-month-old son, Ismail, has been abducted by an Israeli soldier, Moshe. The disappearance of Amal's father and her second brother, Yusuf, deeply affected her. She becomes silent and faces dementia.
Sir,
Yes?
sorry for the interruption. Can you come to the conclusion, sir?
Yes, madam. I'm just coming to the conclusion. The novel is fully centralized around the trauma of Palestinian. The novel registers the conflict, resistance, and the bloody massacre of the innocent civilians. As Susan's the writer, overall outlook is humanistic. She conceals her hatred from surfacing. The Jewish character in the novel are thoughtful individuals with all humanistic qualities. Like Amal and all the Palestinians, Susan has great yearning for roots and soil. Though the novel chronicles the instances of torture, cruelty, and killing, it infuses hope for peace and reconciliation in the conclusion. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
One thing that I want to request here, madam,
Yes,
you have mentioned my state in my in information regarding mine. So you have mentioned the state. You have not mentioned the place of my posting. It is mentioned in my paper. It is Kohka Neura.
Okay,
Please mention the place of my posting.
Okay, sir. Good, sir. Very glad to meet you, sir.
Yeah. So please mention the place of my posting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Audience, any queries? Audience? Okay. Thank you so much, Javed Shah.
Yeah.
Next participant, Dureshwar.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Panimalar Institute of Technology, Chennai, Assistant Professor. Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
At 12 o'clock, we have one more. We have a next program, ma'am. So, participants, please consider your time for giving us. That is the gist of your paper.
Sure, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you so much for understanding.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So this is Dureshwar, Assistant Professor, Department of English from Panimalar Institute of Technology. So my paper basically is about the poignant depiction of subaltern women in Maheshwara Devi's After Kurukshetra. So this basically talks about the complex question that we need to answer. For example, from Spivak in her essay says, can the subaltern speak? She says that a subaltern is someone who does not have any access to the ideological root of power. So the entire text talks about the root of power that they think they lack. So there are like two groups, Lokavrata and Rajavrata. Lokavrata is a basic, the people, the Rajavrata are the upper, so-called the hegemonic structure. So the hegemonic structure is considered to be the orthodox, and the people who have limited access to such powers are treated as subalterns. So this idea strategically gives preference to the patriarchy in a constructed social organization. The basic questions of human rights is attacked by the so-called subalterns, and technically it becomes gendered. So in the first two stories, the five women and the Kunti and the Nishadin, there exists many hierarchical positioning between women themselves who belong to Rajavrata and Lokavrata. So Maheshwara Devi, by giving voice to those who are left unheard, in this grand epic is actually subverting the position of Rajavrata women in the text. So the significant outcome of such a shift in perspective has resulted in the agency of change within the subalterns. So she also says that she uses the sentences like they were walking back to the outskirts of the capital city. On the margins of the town lived the marginalized. So she is kind of stressing the subaltern's position by marking out the territory. Also, this particular paper, what it is trying to say is, I just tell you the gist of the entire thing. The aspect of agency and subalternity in Maheshwara Devi's After
Conclusion, please, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Mainly on women as subalterns, be it Rajavrata or the Lokavrata. The Lokavrata women have been an agency of change in regaining their rightful status, and the Rajavrata women are still seen struggling to assert their basic individuality instead of getting the royalty position. So in a way, their higher status in the society has created a hindrance to their individuality is what my paper is basically has rendered upon. So thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to voice my particular paper and the aspects. Thank you so much.
Yes, very good, Pa. Very good. Thank you for your understanding. Next, I call upon Manjula Deshpande.
Yes, ma'am.
Manjula Deshpande.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible and you are visible also.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Good
so
morning,
much.
everyone. Is it echoing? Is my voice echoing?
Little bit echoing, ma'am.
Fine. Is it fine if I proceed?
You need not hold the mic, ma'am. Let it be.
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Manjula Deshpande, Assistant Professor from the Department of English at St. Francis College, Koramangala, Bangalore. Today, I'm extremely delighted to present my paper on the writings of Sudha Murthy. Before I proceed, I take this privilege to thank both the International Journal for accepting my paper and giving me this opportunity. Well, my topic is redefining Indian culture through a collection of short stories, here, there, and everywhere, written by Sudha Murthy. Sudha Murthy is an Indian writer who has inspired people from all walks of life. It is her simple and easily comprehensible style and language that has made her popular household writer both in Kannada and English. Here, there, and everywhere, published in 2018 by Penguin Random House India, is a collection of short stories. It is a blend of both subjective and objective persona of life that the writer has used to redefine and re-establish Indian culture. Each and every story in the collection is special and unique for the value it imparts. A journey from a village life to a city life, a journey from a student's life to a teacher's life, a journey from a national to international setting educates readers to understand the value of life from different perspectives. The book is a testimony that untravels Sudha Murthy as a genuine, down-to-earth writer and, more significantly, a true human being. It would be apt to say the collection of short stories here, there, and everywhere is a pocket window through which a reader views the essence of human kindness. It is her passion to connect to people that has made her take this writing as the onus to educate people from all walks of life. To conclude, here, there, and everywhere is a garland of flowers interwoven with values of life that we Indians badly need at this critical stage of societal transition. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this opportunity once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay, ma'am. Next, I call upon Perun Devi. Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
College. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. Start your presentation, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am. So, good morning to all, and welcome to all those who are in this conference here today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Perun Devi from GRD College of Science, Coimbatore. And here I am going to present about the contemporary views on feminism. So this paper addresses the contemporary views about feminism by feminists. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So this paper addresses the contemporary views about feminism by feminists. However, the centuries women have been struggling to gain recognition, calling their independent voice to be heard in patriarchal and racist societies. As they follow the standards and the values of their societies, women tend to break the stereotypical and submissive images and degrade their position in their societies. So women, in addition to being caretakers, nurturers, educators, and source of strength, are increasingly major earners too. So feminism is a social and political movement. This is about changing the way that people see male and female rights and campaigning for equal ones. So we are the nucleus of the rupture. So now let us move on to the main elements of feminism: sexism, misogyny, misandry, and patriarchy, and hostile exism. So some proven ways for talented women to retrospect are addressing women's leadership challenges and competencies, and leveraging the power of choosing, rethinking systems and challenge assumptions, considering women's leadership development experience, and creating the right networks. So you have come across Virginia Woolf, the pioneering female writer. Till date is remembered to be one of the most bold modernist classic writer, as she raised the question of why women cannot be independent. So the second way feminists repeated her analogy of women groping in the dark in their households, as unpaid servants, reading and
Excuse me,
understanding.
ma'am. Conclusion, please, ma'am.
Only from a man's point of view. So let me conclude the same that we must be empathetic towards each other in this pandemic period. As Chetan Bhagat has stated, all are having spark in us. We should nurture the spark because everybody is having a sovereign mind. So all should be treated equal, as many orators like Martin Luther King, Henry David Thoreau, Mahatma Gandhi, many activists have said. So everybody are equal. So here the contemporary views on feminism, I conclude to say that all should be created equal. So thank you for everybody for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Next I call upon Tejashwini, Department of JNN Arts and Science, Women's College.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I am Ms. Tejashwini from JNN Arts and Science Women's College. So my topic on today's conference is eco-linguistic approach of language through commercial advertisements against environment as global trends in English language. So as we all know, the power of language conquering the world. Every group of people widespread divided with various languages and strives hard to every period of time that makes our to make our mother tongue superior. So likewise, English language is one such language where we have where it has spread wide throughout the world. Because of the superiority of one language through the world will uplift the particular language native people to rule the whole world itself. English is one such language which wide communicated language which was insisted through the past efforts of colonization. So after all these, that we know that English language is very important source of communication throughout the world. It has been taken advantage by promoting harmful for society also. So eco-linguistics is one such study which is giving the relationship between the ecology and the language, as Dr. Kaviyarasan also was mentioning about this. So there is neo-criticism, and then about eco-criticism. This is a new study where we are learning about eco-linguistics and the relationship between the with the language also. So through this paper, I'm going to highlight the understanding and the role of English language through the linguistic study in English language itself. So this paper
Conclusion,
is,
please, ma'am. Conclusion.
yes. So to conclude, it is an influence in taking over the environment. Such influences encourages the society through language, which represents the needs of society. So, so they had created that a festival cannot be complete without buying a dress or anything. So it is depending on the advertisements who had created such kind of stereotypes. So it can be a good news or a bad news for people who cannot be affording for that. So they had created so much things with the help of language. So thank you, ma'am. This is the conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I call upon this Pritika Sharma, research scholar, Department of English, Ambedkar University, Agra. Please, ma'am. The next presenter would be Pritika Sharma. Pritika.
Am I audible, ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible, Pritika.
Audible? Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Pritika,
Ma'am, I want to share my screen.
Yeah, please. Pritika ma'am. Pritika. The next presenter is ready, Aisha Soni. And Pranavashi Sharma.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
My name is Parvanshi. I'm Parvanshi Sharma, a research scholar from a lovely professional university. Ma'am, I'm going to present the paper.
Okay.
May I proceed?
Yeah, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Okay. So the title of my paper is Dystopian Fiction, a Study of Power Relations and its Relevance in Contemporary Times. So the paper is an endeavor to analyze the contemporary power relations which determine the position and disposition of each and every individual in a society. An attempt has been made to comprehend the power politics through the reading of the representative text of dystopian fiction and the works which are under study. These are George Orwell's 1984 and Animal Farm, then We, Ministry of Utmost Happiness by Margaret Atwood, Handmaid's Tale again by Margaret Atwood, and Flawed, Leela by Vikram, and Hunger Games, etc. So the purpose is there is an inevitable alliance between fact and fiction, history, literature, arts, and politics, and the paper discusses the genre of dystopian fiction in the same line. So a comparative methodology has been used to study the similarities and dissimilarities between the canonical as well as popular dystopian fiction and the contemporary social political issue. So the paper explores the current social political scenario of the world that shares many features of the dystopian world in the light of Marxist and Foucauldian terms. So I will begin with because I have less time, so I will start with the example. So I'm going to discuss a few things about the texts which are in study. So George Orwell's 1984 and Animal Farm present the dystopian state of affairs. In 1984, the perpetual war between the three superstates, Oceania, Eurasia, and Eurasia, is well connected to the powerful developed nations of the present times like UK, USA, Russia, and China, and all of them who seek to control the world's economy and politics at the global level. Another instance in Animal Farm is Orwell depicts a dystopian society which reflects the events of the Russian Revolution of 1917. But in this work, the farm can be easily identified as a microcosm of the contemporary world where great nations are submerged in world politics. The 7 commandments which are depicted, which are mentioned in Animal Farm, can be equated with the religious commandments and also with the constitutions of the great nations of 21st century. And the predominant commandment mentioned in the novel is all animals are equal. But the commandment loses its cause as soon as the representatives of the commandments are driven by selfish motives, economic gains, and by the desire to reign over the other. So ultimately, all animals are equal became all animals are equal, but a few animals are more than equal. So the second example is dystopian trilogy Hunger Games, written by Suzanne Collins. So this replicates the competitive spirit of the contemporary nations and their minor allies to achieve the political control in the wake of globalization. And Yevgeny Zamyatin novel We, that was published in 1924, also predicts a future society where the entire globe will be equated to one state with an acute presence of oligarchy. And this oligarchy consists of strict logics and laws where the head rules and the heart, with all its emotions, is deceived and suppressed. There is also mention of great operation conducted by one state in the novel, where the reliability of the allies is checked to make them walk in a particular pattern and to make them wear a particular uniform. All the citizens are being judged on the basis of the attire, food habits, language, and the incident of mob lynching, influenced by political and religious sentiments, serve the dominant ideology and also strengthen them. And Zamyatin's Bureau of Guardians, MEFI, depicted in We, is undoubtedly a reflection of the role of police or military in establishing control and power over oppositions. So the freedom of expression in life are curtailed by those who have knowledge of that freedom. The Bureau of Guardians in We finds its counterpart in the form of the Thought Police in 1984, which also focuses on...
Okay, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am, conclusion, please, ma'am.
yeah, focuses on dictating the ideologies of the dominant political setups. And similar is the case with Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. So to conclude, all these texts explore the function of different types of power and the institutions through which it is exercised. So such texts or cinematic representations aid in understanding the complexities related to power struggle and its consequences. Therefore, dystopian fiction plays a significant role in deciphering the contemporary times. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Presentation was very good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Now, Pritika Sharma, are you here? Madam Pritika Sharma. Okay. Next, Foizia Banu.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes. Can
Yes.
I present?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Fauzia Banu. Currently, I'm pursuing MA English second year in M.M.S. Women's Arts and Science College. Today, my topic is about class, race, gender, and class conflicts as recognized in literature. This paper explores and analyzes the sub-themes like class, race, gender, and caste conflicts as recognized in literature. This paper explores and analyzes the sub-themes like class, race, gender, and conflict as recognized in literature. The Color Purple novel written by Alice Walker documents the traumas and gradual triumph of Sally, an African-American teenager raised in rural isolation. Once there, Sally comes into her own and creates a successful businesswoman. Her happiness, however, is tempered somewhat by Shirk's affair, though Sally continues to love her. At the final end of this novel, after some 30 years apart, Sally is then reunited with Nettie, her sister, who has married Samuel. Sally also meets her long-lost children, and thus the novel ends successfully. The novel Purple movingly depicts the growing up and self-realization of Sally, who overcomes oppression and abuse to find fulfillment and independence. Thus, to explain a holistic understanding of gender, one needs to know the context in terms of structure and meaning appropriate to the society or culture under study. Conclusion. In the final analysis, the focal point on this, the history of female authors, the text and the interpretation of these texts by female critics appeal to some point and open up a new way of evaluating and understanding literature. These inequalities and favoritism against racial, gender, class, race, and caste conflicts and sexual minorities, the critics concludes with the discussion and implication for future research and practice. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The presentation was very nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Audience,
yeah, ma'am.
Audience, any queries?
Ma'am, this side Pritika Sharma. Will you please allow me? There was some network problem. I couldn't join.
You are the 8th participant, isn't it, ma'am? Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, shall we ask Faiza to wind up? Faiza?
Yes.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, Faiza. Thank you, ma. Next present.
Okay,
carry on, pa. Kritika?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to all the respected chairpersons, resource person, and I humbly pay my thanks to Bodhi International General to provide me today's opportunity. To begin with my topic. Hello. Am I audible, ma'am, now? Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, ma'am. To begin with my topic is Pratap Sharma's Bharat Invisible, a critique. It was published in 1961 and it deals with complex human relationships in the society. There are only 4 major characters, 2 pairs, Rai and Roni, and Bunny and Sonia. Rai is a poet and Bunny is a painter. Both wants to be higher in their life, but they are having some invisible bars, especially human relationship problems, which they deal, but they couldn't overcome those. So these are the self-created bars which remain invisible and incomprehensible to all the four characters. The audience see the bars clearly and just exclaim how man makes his life miserable by imprisoning himself with these bars. Actually, this play mirrors the modern man's life. The paper analyzes the plot, the easy language, the effect of Lope de Vega's ideology. A writer's business is to write so as to make himself understood. It also focuses hypocrisy of society, quotes from Emerson, Shakespeare, Claude, Lois, Hector de Villars, Shaw, Tennyson, and Ulysses Grant. And it also focuses on a feminist icon which was presented by Pratap Sharma as Roni. It also focuses on name symbolism. Now, to conclude my paper, bars invisible. Actually, the bars invisible are the complexities of human life, human relationship, which a modern man is dealing nowadays also. There is a conflict between creativity and materialism, creativity of the protagonist and materialism of his wife, Sonia. Creativity and materialism cannot go together hand in hand, as we see in the present play. Materialism of Sonia creates a great hindrance for Bunny's creativity. Ma'am, I'm so much thankful to you to give me again a few minutes, and I pay my special thanks to the chairperson, Dr. S. Ramanathan, Dr. B. Thenamalar Bharati, resource person, Dr. K. Kavirasu, and the organizers, Department of English, Islamiah Women's Arts and Science College, Tamil Nadu, N.M.S, Sermathai, Vasan College of Women, Madurai, and my deepest regard to Bodhi International Journal in Research and in Humanities, Arts and Science, India. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind concern. Next, I call upon Satya, Assistant Professor of English, Dharmapuri.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am, audible, and the session is yours, please, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, good afternoon to everyone. My paper entitled The Portrayal of Disillusioned Expatriate Experiences in Bharati Mukherjee's Wife. Bharati Mukherjee, an Indo-American novelist of the recent times, has presented her themes in different dimensions. Being the novelist of the modern times, she has depicted in her fiction the problems faced by Indian and other third world immigrants who attempt to assimilate into North American lifestyles. She focuses upon sensitive protagonists who lack a stable sense of personal and cultural identity and are victimized by racism, sexism, and other forms of social oppression. Mukherjee's novel Wife describes the dilemma of an Indian wife who migrate to America and their inability to perform and transform into an American life lead Dimple's life into isolation. Dimple, the protagonist of Mukherjee's Wife, migrates to the United States with her husband Amit, an engineer from IIT Kharagpur. While Amit is engrossed in accumulate money, like every other Indian expatriate in the novel, Dimple is in pursuit of happiness and independence. Since Dimple enters the United States abruptly, without any mental preparation, the shock is too much for her. She has difficulties in understanding the cultural codes of the country. She doesn't want to turn to the Indian expatriates living in the United States for emotional support, as she understands the inadequacies of their style of life. She is also torn between the traditional role model of a submissive, self-efficacy Indian wife and the new role model of an assertive, independent wife offered by the West. But at the particular stage, she establishes contact with the host culture. She builds bridges between the Indian expatriates and the host culture. But in the absence of a good facilitator and adequate knowledge to help her encounter the alien reality, she has access only to the televised version of the alternate reality. She eventually succumbs to social and cultural pressures and ultimately becomes a disillusioned expatriate. Thank you so much for your nice opportunity, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Satya, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
The last presenter is Hemamalini Vaniyambadi. And before this, I want to announce one information. And the presenters should be on the session up to 1 o'clock. And after the valedictory function, the link will be posted in the chat box. And you have to give your feedback, and you should give all your details in the link. Then only you will be getting the certificate of this paper presentation participants. It's a kind announcement from the organizing committee. Thank you so much. All the best of all the participants. Next, I call upon Hema Malini, the last presenter from Vaniyambadi. Hemamalini. Hemamalini, your voice is not audible, ma. Hemamalini, doctor. Special thanks to all members who are part of the organizing committee. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Manjula, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. B. Tenmalat Bharati, ma'am, for coordinating the presenters.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Now,
shall we wait for Hemamalini?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I think the participant is not joining.
Yes, it's okay, ma'am.
Okay. Please intimate this to the organizing committee, ma'am.
Bala sir told she's our last participant, ma'am. Okay, thank you all. Now,
please wait. Hemamalini is online. I think she is having network issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Hemamalini, if you have any issues, please reply in the chat box. Let's wait or.
Hello, ma'am. This is Meena Zvanu. Could you just wait for 1 minute? I'll call Hema ma'am to be there for presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Madam?
Sure. Shobana, madam, are you in the meeting? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on the line.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. We can move on into the next session. It's a voluntary function. The real leader has no need to lead. She's content to point the way. I invite Ms. E. Shobana, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Islamiah Women's Arts and Science College, Vaniyambadi. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, all present here. I take my immense pleasure to welcome everyone to this 2 days international online conference, Global Trends in English Language, Literature and Linguistics, which was jointly organized by Islamiah Women's Arts and Science College, Vaniyambadi, and N.M.S. Sermathai College, Madurai, and Bodhi International Journal. I'm very much pleased to welcome everyone for this special gathering today. First, I would like to welcome Dr. Renu, Principal IWC, Vaniyambadi, and Kartikarani, Principal in Charge, N.M.S. Sermathai Vasan College for Women's, Madurai, and Bodhi International for conducting such a valuable 2 days international conference with us. First, I would like to welcome Dr. S. Ramanathan, Assistant Professor of English, VHN SN College, Virudhunagar, and Dr. B. Thenmala Bharati, Associate Professor of English, RMG Engineering College, Chennai, for accepting to be the chairperson of the 2 days international conference. And next, my welcome goes to Dr. Isaiah Brito, Assistant Professor of English Language, Al Azhar University, Saudi Arabia. I welcome from my bottom of my heart for this gathering. And next, my warm welcome goes to head of the both colleges and staff members of N.M.S. College, Madurai, and my special welcome to Bodhi International Journal members and the presenters and publishers of this 2 days international online conference. I welcome you all for this special. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for delivering your wonderful welcome address. Now we can move on into the next session, is a valedictory address. The secret of genius is to carry the spirit of the child into old age, which means never losing enthusiasm. It's my prime duty to request our esteemed and knowledgeable person, Dr. Isaiah Brito Raphael, and he is Assistant Professor of English Language, English Languages Institute, Al Azhar University, Sajan, Saudi Arabia, to deliver the valedictory address.
Hi everyone. Hello. Yes. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. Okay, doctor. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the welcome. I'm happy to present my valedictory address this afternoon. Special thanks to Dr. Balakrishnan and Bodhi Journal and the organizers of this wonderful conference. So I believe that you have had 2 days of lively presentations and listening to talks by experts. So we have come to the end of this conference, and I would like to present my address on the topic, the significance of linguistics to second language learning. The past 2 days, you might have listened to lots of papers being presented on various topics. And this morning, I listened to the presentation by Dr. Kavirasu and then your paper presentations as well. Most of it focused on literature and various forms of expressions that we see in the current world scenario. So, but this address, this validity address, would focus on linguistics and its importance to second language teaching or learning. Whatever could be the areas of interest we have, be it literature or language or linguistics, I believe all of us need to have some idea on different aspects of a language that we are focusing on to learn. And for that, if you want to be an expert in your own field as well, for example, if you want to be a literature expert, definitely you should have good background knowledge on this particular language. Otherwise, you might have great ideas, but you may not be able to express appropriately. Therefore, believing that you would be more interested, more focused on literature or the history of English language and all other areas of this English language and also literature, criticism and all this stuff, I believe we also need to have a clear knowledge of how this language functions. And for most of us, almost all of us, English is a second language. Therefore, it's good that we are aware of how important it is for us to understand the role of linguistics in learning the second language or in teaching the second language, because I believe some of us would eventually, whether we would like it or whether it is part of our aim in life, I believe we would end up as English teachers in one way or the other. Therefore, the focus of my particular talk would be on the importance of linguistics. So the order of discussion for today would be that, just a minute. Oh no. Okay. The order of discussion would be that at the beginning, I would put ourselves in perspective of what we would be listening to in this address. And I would move on to the importance or the history of linguistics and how it has been applied in second language teaching and learning. So I would focus on that. And then I would move on to arguing for a role for linguistics in second language instruction. And I would end this address with a few concluding remarks. Now let's begin with a simple question. What is linguistics? We all know language, but linguistics is a little different from our ordinary understanding of what a language is. Language is a system which helps us to express ourselves, be it in words or in speech, written or spoken. Therefore, linguistics is defined as, broadly defined as, a scientific study of language. When this particular adjective scientific comes there, it means that it is very objective. It is an objective study employing the different scientific tools to analyze, dissect, and understand a particular language. And that is the focus of linguistics. So broadly, any type of linguistics would focus on either the structure of the language or the use of the language. Structure is how a language is expressed by putting together different word forms, and the use, how it is used in daily life. So that is what linguistics usually focuses on. And there are different types of linguistics, as you can see in the diagram on the right side of your screen. You have broadly different branches of study. You have sociology, and connected to that is sociolinguistics. There is anthropology. Connected to that, you have anthropological linguistics. And in the recent times, there is also what is known as forensic linguistics. Forensic linguistics or legal linguistics, which is applied in law and all that. Then you have philosophy and then philosophical linguistics. Then you have literature, which is our areas of interest. Usually in India, we focus more on literature, and sometimes we even say that we learn language through literature. So which I will be coming to in the later part of this address. So when you have literature, the linguistic study of literature would be called as stylistics. Then you have artificial intelligence, and you have computational linguistics. Part of this computational linguistics is what one area of it is corpus linguistics, and that is becoming very, very prominent method of language teaching as well. This is coming up in a big way in the recent times. Then you have languages, And connected to that is applied linguistics, which would focus on language teaching and analysis of language in everyday life and all that. So applied linguistics. Then you have psychology, and connected to that is psycholinguistics. Now, at the core of linguistics, these are all broad areas. Now, at the core of linguistics, you have phonetics, okay, which analyzes speech sounds. Then phonology, which analyzes phonemes coming together of these speech sounds. Then you have morphology, studying words. Then you have syntax, which wherein you study the phrases and sentences and how they are formed. Then you have semantics, that is how words get understood, the literal meaning of phrases and sentences. Then you have pragmatics, that is language in use in the context of conversations and discourses. So these are all parts or different areas of linguistic study. Now, coming to language learning and language teaching, for long, experts have believed that the study of language structure has something very, very prominent or something very, very important, something very, very practical, something very, very tangible to be gained, which can be actually communicated and expressed in language teaching and learning, so that the learners gain a lot from this analysis and study of a particular language structure. So therefore, they also realized that there is a lot of difference between first language learning and second language learning. Now, for all of us, English is a second language, and we already have our own native language, our L1, which is the mother tongue. Now, if you go back to your childhood and recollect how you learned your language, it could be Tamil, it could be Punjabi, it could be Hindi, it could be Telugu or Malayalam or Kannada, whatever be your second language. Just see how you learn. You listen to and then you imbibe the language most of the time subconsciously. It just, you imbibed it. And when you went to school to learn, there you were taught your language again, the proper forms of it. And there were areas of your own language which you were not expert at, and the teacher helped you to understand those areas. So all of us might have lacked some areas, expertise in some areas of our own language, which we managed to clarify and learn in school or in an educational setting. So that is how first language is learned. Whereas it is not the case with second language learning. In second language learning, we are mostly unaware of the new language. And we might have had very, very minimal or little expertise in the second language. And therefore, when we got to learn a new language, in our case, maybe English, we try to become, or rather, take in as much as possible of this particular language, and then learn different aspects of it and become as good an expert as any other native English speaker. So it is a different process than first language learning. And therefore, it is important that if we want to be good language teachers in the future, we need to understand the importance of linguistics in effective second language teaching and learning. And therefore, let's have a look at how historically linguistics has played a role in second language teaching and learning. One of the most prominent methods that have been used historically has been audiolingualism. But before that, prior to audiolingualism, there was something called structuralism in language teaching. Now, it was a very dominant model, and structuralism was connected or indebted to behaviorism in psychology. So what they believed, what structuralists believe is that when a child learns a language, it reacts or learns that particular speech system or sound system in response to certain stimuli. A child listens, it takes in and associates that sound to different objects or feelings. And that is how a child picks up a language. Therefore, it is not innate. A child is not born with the language. Rather, a child learns the language by listening to the speech sound and associating it with objects or human beings or animals or feelings. So that is how structuralists looked at language learning. So it was part of psychology, and they said that this is the best way to actually learn a language. So they believe that linguistic structures are actually habits of speech that you learn as a child. So your focus should be on the structure of a language. And whatever negative transfer, the mistakes that you make, the errors that you commit, are actually the habits that you have formed, the mental or cognitive habit that you have formed, which you need to unlearn. You have to unlearn it and learn anew whatever is necessary for a particular language to be expressed appropriately. So that is how the structuralists believed. Now, in reaction to that, audiolingualism came up with a different theory. It was basically after the Second World War when the Americans reached Europe, and then there they found that in Germany and France and all that, how the people there and how they actually learned language by listening and imitating another language. So they said that this particular idea was carried over and developed into audiolingualism. Now, what they did is to connect this theory of psychology and to actually scientific linguistics. So they said that we need to imitate native speaker speech. So you listen more or you read more and then you learn. So that is how audiolingualism works. So their focus mostly was on speech sounds. So they believe that any deviation, any error are only mislearned habits. They are not part of your system, but they are only mislearned. So you need to correct it. So how do you do that? You do that with mechanical drills. So you do mimicry, imitate, and have analogy. What is analogy? Compare your language system with the language system that you are learning right now. So through these mechanical drills of imitating and comparing, you learn the language. So what is the role of the teacher here? The teacher has to collect relevant facts about the target and the native language. For us, for example, our native language could be any of our like Tamil, English, Tamil, Hindi, or Kannada or Telugu or whatever. And so that is the native language, and our target language is English. So the teacher has to collect enough facts about these two languages and then present to the students or have it within him or her. And when the students use language, okay, use those facts to compare, to make them understand how these two language systems differ. So their focus mainly was on phonology because they focused on the speech part of it. So the type of analysis would be contrastive analysis, where the teacher again compares the two languages, the native language and the target language, and then analyzes the potential problems and adjusts the lesson plans. So that is how audiolingualism worked. Now, this particular concept of audiolingualism was actually challenged by Chomsky's generative grammar. So, audiolingualism is behaviorist kind of model. Chomsky came up with a cognitive type of model, wherein he believed that every human being has a pre-written universal grammar ingrained in everyone's mind. So he said that this habit formation of mimicry and imitating and having analogy, all these are inadequate. They are not enough. And you cannot restrict error analysis only to transfer. There are various forms of errors that learners commit. So therefore, he focused on interlanguage analysis. So compare these two languages and see what is common, a kind of grammar that runs through all languages. And therefore, this particular focus of generative grammar used this cognitive code approach where every human mind has this code, and therefore there should be deliberate grammar instruction. So all focus on learning a new language should be based on grammar instruction, and that is what Chomsky actually reiterated upon. Now, this particular acquisition of grammatical structures met with a challenge with what Stephen Krashen actually tried to focus on. He believed that language learning should be natural. He named it as the natural approach. He said that every learner learns a new language naturally. There is a natural order of acquisition of grammatical structures. It may vary from person to person, learner to learner. For example, he says that some learners would be able to learn the possessive yes morpheme faster, and some would be able to learn the progressive ing morpheme quicker. It varies. But then, how you are able to analyze it and then focus on the need of the learner is what is important. And for that, you need to present the learner with lots of material, naturally occurring conversations or written expressions, and the student, the learner, is able to acquire language like that. So you need to present context. So that is the focus of Krashen. So he believed that he believed in the monitor model, where the teacher is just there to help the learner to acquire this language naturally and provide them with enough context and situations to learn a language. So he said that, for example, in some students in written MCQ tests on structures, they can do well, but they will fail to produce in speech. I believe like this is a common experience for most of us. I also had this experience of learning, or rather passing Nagamis when I was doing my graduation in Nagaland. So it was part of our syllabus, so we had to study that particular language. I passed that exam, but I couldn't use Nagamis in daily life, though I was there for 4 years. So this happens with many learners when they are actually forced, or they have to learn a language. They would learn and do well in a particular exam or a test, but they may not be able to produce it in speech or in writing. So that is a big problem which Krashen actually found, and then he said that we need to present the learners with natural context and situations so that they are able to learn, and the teacher is just a monitor who is there to oversee things. So he said that the teacher has to focus on comprehensible unit, and that is the key to acquisition. Now he differentiates between acquisition and learning, and that is very interesting. Like when you acquire a language, you are able to understand the different usages of that particular language and you are able to express it freely. Whereas when you learn a language, you are only learning it like any other subject. You may not be able to know how to use it. Therefore, he says that acquisition means 1 plus I, which means that learning plus the input of how to use that particular aspect of language in daily life. And that is the natural approach that he advocated. So he was against all graded practice of structures wherein there is a lot of automation and mastery. You may become an expert in the grammatical structures of a language, but you may not know how to do it. So he was against this kind of mastery. Rather, he focused on opportunities to use language in everyday situations in the classroom. So that is the focus of this natural approach. Now, it also met with certain criticism. Like Martin, he said that this approach to grammar study is anti-pedagogical. That means that the teacher has little or no role in this. And you don't have to be, you don't have to know very much to be a good language teacher. That's a criticism of grade. So what's the role of the teacher in this? Just to be a monitor? So this particular aspect was criticized for that. But then this natural approach of Stephen Krashen has been adopted and adapted to the different needs and context by textbook writers and experts of language teaching around the world. And that is what we are going to see. So when you organize, or rather when you look at the role of linguistics to second language instruction, there are some reasons why we need to have an understanding of different aspects of linguistics to be able to be a good language teacher. Now, imagine that you are a language teacher entering the classroom for the first time, maybe it in a school or in a college. So some of you might have, may not be teachers, but you have the experience of an English teacher entering your classroom. Now, the teacher might be, could be a beginner teacher or could be an experienced teacher. But most often it happens that as language teachers, we are so excited to teach the learners. So we most often we find that the teachers always look for the mistakes. Any deviation from the norm by the learners is frowned upon, and the teacher says that no, it is wrong, don't do it, this is not the right way. Immediately they want to focus on all the production errors. It happens. It is an experience that we might have gone through sometime or the other. Now, what experts believe is that this type of approach to language teaching and learning is wasted time. It would only increase the frustration between the teacher and the student, and there would be little production. And that is the reason why at the beginning stage of language learning, there should be more focus on fluency than on proficiency. So these are two basic aspects of language learning, and that is fluency and proficiency. So you should focus more on fluency and not to correct the student or the learner. Encourage the student to express more. Encourage the student to express more so that the student or the learner is able to become more fluent. When that particular student or the learner reaches a certain degree of fluency, then you can focus on the proficiency, wherein you focus on the errors and say, okay, try to correct this. Okay, this is not the right way. Okay, do it this way. Can we do it this way? Can we express it differently? Or this is not the right grammatical expression. All that can come later. So fluency is very, very important. And a language teacher should not regard every error in a student's interlanguage, that is the carrying over of your native language into the target language. Allow it at the beginning. Allow it, let it go, let the student express. And that is the reason why they say, even you might have heard of code switching, which is a very prominent method for every beginner's learning of a language. That is, when a learner is not able to find an appropriate word or an expression in the target language, the learner is encouraged to use the relevant or a similar expression from his native language. So this is encouraged at the start of every language learning stage. So don't try to correct. Encourage the student to express, even use the native language. Okay, don't correct every error in interlanguage when there is an interlanguage intervention. Allow the student to express, and that is what they say. And it is also important for a language teacher to have a knowledge of the learner's native language so that you are able to understand the negative transfer. This every teacher would go through, especially like, for me, teaching here in Saudi Arabia, for the first language of the students is Arabic. For me, it is Tamil, and I don't know Arabic and how Arabic functions. So most of the time, I'm in the dark, especially with regard to negative transfer. But we could guess here and there that there is an intervention of the first language. For me, it took many years to understand one particular punctuation error. Only in the last semester, the students told me this particular use of comma at the end of every sentence that the students were using in English is a carryover from the Arabic language. So in Arabic, they don't end the sentence with a full stop, rather they use a comma. In English, it is not permitted. It becomes a run-on sentence. You might have heard of comma splice and all that. So it is a comma splice and it is a run-on sentence. It is an error. I couldn't understand that until one student told me it is because of this carryover from the native language into the target language. So for a teacher, it is important that you have some rough idea of the students or the learners' native language, so that you're able to understand your student better. So I talked about how Krashen's approach has influenced the textbook writers of the present time. So if you look at the different current English as a second language materials, textbooks that we have, they mostly use the communicative or the contextual grammars of Krashen and others. They believe that natural learning, the situational context help in language acquisition more, so they focus on that. And there is also a lot of focus on eclectic approach. That is, you really don't have a method. You go and adapt your method based on what the students need. And that is the focus of this post-method pedagogy, actually propounded by Vadivelu. He said that there should be no method at all. Go into the particular teaching context, understand your students, understand their culture, see what is lacking, how you can adapt your teaching strategies, and accordingly go with different materials that are needed. So he sort of combined this eclectic approach with this no method strategy, and then said that have a wide range of materials to help you. Pick on those things that are appropriate for your students. So that is how language is learned. That is what post-method pedagogy actually says. So they use sort of eclectic approach to language learning. And thirdly, you have in the present context, you have this content-based instruction. And that is becoming a big trend these days, where students don't focus on a particular grammar point or a particular language idea. Rather, they deal with real world issues. So for example, if I'm a student of medicine, I read or I come across lots of materials on medicine. I love medicine. This is my subject. Therefore, I get a lot of interest in reading that material. When I do that, when I read or listen to this particular material that are connected to medicine, I learn language naturally because it interests me. And the teacher is there to clarify certain language problems that language errors or language points that I need to focus on. So that is how it happens. So you have lots of textbooks that are based on the content, or it could be engineering, or it could be culture, or it could be literature. And that is what we are focusing more in India. Like we try to learn language through literature. So that is basically content-based instruction. Then the current trend is also like, you have mode-based instruction, wherein you teach the student or the learner how to express language based on different modes, like comparison contrast. Either you can write an essay on it or speak on this particular comparison contrast mode, cause and effect, or description of a process for example, maybe the process involved in preparing juice, maybe, or cooking, maybe, or whatever is of interest, maybe, or buying a car, maybe. So describe that process. So the students get involved in it, or preparing an interview report. So these are different ways in which language is learned, and linguistics helps the teacher to understand these different strategies and employ them appropriately according to the needs of the learners. So coming to the conclusion of my valedictory address, we have to understand that linguists have not yet really uncovered the secret for learning a language very quickly and accurately, okay, to just achieve mastery in a foreign language just like that. It's not a possibility. It is a long process that everyone has to go through. Now, as a teacher, there are two roles that I can do, or you can do. Because I'm going to help a student to learn a new language, I need to know, or I need to have an idea or some idea of the phonology, the morphology, the syntax, the lexicon, and the pragmatics. Okay, the way the sounds function, the way words work, and the structure of words in a sentence, and the vocabulary or the richness of words in that particular language, and how pragmatically this language can be used in daily life. If I have that knowledge, I would be able to help the new learners acquire the new language better. And therefore, I need to have a good knowledge of linguistic theory and acquisition. Unless I know how language is learned, unless I know what are the different aspects of a particular language and I'm able to analyze it, I would not be able to help my students to learn appropriately. And therefore, we have to realize that linguistics is not the only sort of language that we need to know as language teachers, but it is essential knowledge that every language teacher should have in order that he or she becomes a good language teacher, and that the learners who come to learn would be able to really learn well the target language. And with this, I end my address. Thank you very much.
Some are born great, some achieve greatness, some make their life great setting. An example, one such a person, our valedictory address person, Sir Dr. S.A. Brito Rafael. Thank you, sir, for your valedictory address and significance of linguistics to second language teaching. It's a very amazing speech to all the members, and once again, I thank you.
Thank you.
And before that, dear participants of international online conference, so at the end of the vote of thanks, you just click the link to fill the feedback form which I shared with you. Now we can move on into the vote of thanks session. Gratitude is the memory of the heart. It is a duty which ought to be sorry. Before the vote of thanks, Hema Malini madam. Hema Malini ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Whether my voice is audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. My voice
Yes,
is audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yeah. Shall I go on with my present? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 1 second, ma'am. I'll share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a second, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Whether my screen is visible to you all, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I start my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. My warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the participants of this international conference. First of all, I want to thank all the organizing members and the team members for giving me this golden platform to present my research topic. This is Dr. N. Hemamali, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Madurai Jain College for Women, Vaniyambadi. Today, my topic for presentation is positive perception of short story and its impact on children. The paper focuses on the importance of the role played by children's literature on the child's mental, social, and linguistic development and in the development of his or her basic academic skills such as reading, writing, and thinking. The study explores the impact of the systematic and regular reading of the selected children's books on the development of the language competencies in children. The characteristics of the home literacy environment, especially joint reading between the parents and children, have a significant effect on the children's story writing. So let us go on with what is children's literature. With the definition of children's literature, it is a literature that is enjoyed by the children. Children's literature includes stories, books, magazines, and poems that are enjoyed by children. Modern children's literature is classified into two different ways: genre or the intended age of the reader. Early children's literature consisted of spoken stories, songs, and poems that were used to educate, instruct, and entertain children. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, whether my voice is audible there?
Audible, ma'am. You may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Critics who study children's literature have found that appropriate reading for children's adherence closely to a culture notion that may change considerably from epoch to epoch. Now Now let us see about the origin of children's literature. It was only in the 18th century with the development of the concept of childhood that a separate genre for the children's literature began to emerge with its own divisions, expectation. It was the century popular cultures were dominated by the religion that all the individuals are born with and prone to sin and must therefore battle against the temptation to reach a state of grace. As a result, literature written for children, which became considerable in the first half of the 19th century, consisted of the moral tales designed to instruct children in a proper behavior, the most important of which was obedience to one's parents and God. And next, let us go on with the writers of the children's literature. Most of the authors were devout Protestant, especially women concerned with the instruction of the children, including most notably Anna Letitia, Barbauld, and the Maria Edgeworth. Their writings proved that no effort made to please the child into learning, but instead assumed that indulgence harms children while discipline matures them. John Harris printed William Roscoe's The Butterfly's Ball in 1807, which was nonsensical poem set off a wave of the imitators. English audiences had fairy tales made available to them in print in 1823, when publishers issued editions of both the Court of the their participation in the met with the rejection of leading authors of the children's literature. Although fairy tales did manage to make some headway even in the early part of the century, Grimm brothers refashioned the tales they transcribed into stories palatable to the early 19th century middle class morality. Now let us see with the impact of the children's literature. Children's attitudes towards reading or getting little attention in developing children's literacy ability. This article analyzes the factors that influence children's positive attitude towards reading, children's personal experience in reading, children's confidence in reading, parents' attitude towards reading, and teachers' way of teaching reading. Children's confidence determines in the reading is built up as they read. Positive feedback about children's reading from teachers, peers, and parents make children confident in reading. In various reading activities, children tell their classmates who they are, what they know, and what they care about. Children can find their identities in the classroom and may find that reading is related to their lives. Children's attitudes towards reading or getting little attention in developing about reading. Children in the literature-based classroom read various books under the help of the teachers, while teachers or the coaches or facilitators who provide help to those who need it in phonics, words, and background knowledge for comprehension. Teachers in the whole language class valued children differences and provided chances for children with different backgrounds and different levels to develop their strength. Children who can read well are more likely to have higher self-esteem. This will benefit them in school as well as they will feel able to participate fully in activities. Stories can help children learn about concepts such as shape, size, space and color, up and down, inside and outside, numbers and names of the objects. They can also teach children about everyday tasks such as how to brush their teeth, taking care of the animals, cleaning and tidying, and preparing food. Now let us go on the reading stories with children's literature. How far the reading stories help, it coincides with the children's literature. Stories also useful for teaching more complex ideas, such as the importance of sharing, the passage of time, compassion for others. They can be useful when trying to explain traumatic events such as family breakups and bereavement. Fiction based on real life can also help children with their own life experience. It shows them how diverse the world is and that some people's lives are vastly different to theirs. Reading stories can be helpful for relaxation. before bedtime, for
Ma'am,
example, while reading.
Dr.
Yes,
Dr.
yes,
Hema
ma'am.
Malini, ma'am. Ma'am, please be
Yes, ma'am.
concluded. It's almost time, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Almost only one slide is there, ma'am.
Yes.
Reading stories can be helpful for relaxation before bedtime. For example, while reading the short story Cinderella, children forget the stresses and strains of the day and indulge themselves in a very good habits. We now come to the conclusion that short stories can be used as a part of the effective program for emerging readers. Storytelling and reading is an activity enjoyable for students. Short stories do have a positive impact on their performance. It makes even a poor readers literate and gives them a chance to show their ability. Therefore, the whole language curriculum can be organized around stories, providing students with comprehensible and interesting language at every level of language. The study shows the positive impact that stories can have on child's challenging behavior. By targeting the behavioral needs of the individual child, they can help children engage in positive social interactions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hema Malini, ma'am, for your nice
Yes,
presentation. The next vote of thanks. Gratitude is a memory of the heart. It is a duty which ought to be paid. I call upon Mrs. S. Tamilarasi, Assistant Professor of English, N.M.S. Sermathai Vasan College for Women, Madurai, Tamil Nadu, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Preeti ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all gathered here through this online platform. It's my great privilege to present before you my vote of thanks. First and foremost, I render my heartfelt thanks to our Lord Almighty, who is there always with us in all our steps, pruning and shaping us. Without His blessings, nothing would have happened. I thank our Lord for being with us throughout this 2 days event. Next, I would like to give a great thanks to our yesterday's events, chief guests, chairpersons, and participants for their full support rendered till the event ends. Thank you all. And for today's program, I wish to pay my gratitude to Dr. S. Ramanathan, Assistant Professor of English, VHNSN College, Virudhunagar. Thank you, sir, for making this day's session a valid one with your precious talk. And thanks a lot for your immediate acceptance of our invitation. Thank you once again, sir. Next, I wish to pay my gratitude to Dr. K. Kaviyarasu, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, Agadishwaram, Kanyakumari. Sir, as a resource person of today's session, the role played by you is splendid. Thank you, sir, for your constant support in all the events of our college. Next, I take my privilege to thank yet another chairperson of today's session, Dr. B. Tenmarar Bharati, Associate Professor of English, RMD Engineering College, Chennai. Ma'am, thank you very much for your patient listening towards all the presenters and for your support rendered. Thank you once again, ma'am. Next, it's my great honor to show my gratitude to Dr. Isaiah Brito Rafael, Assistant Professor of English Language, English Languages Institute, Alizan University, Jazan, Saudi Arabia. Thank you, sir, for your noteworthy valedictory address, and thank you for sparing your precious time with us, letting us to know about various details about linguistics and language learning. Thank you once again, sir. And it's my renowned duty to render my heartfelt thanks to our co-organizing college, Islamiah Women's Arts and Science College, Miss A. Menas Banu, Head Department of English, Islamiah Women's Arts and Science College. Thank you, ma'am, for joining hands with us and for making this 2 days event a grand success. And I also pay my gratitude to all the faculty members of your department and your college principal for their splendid support rendered towards this event. Next, I wish to thank my college principal, Ms. P. Kartikarani, and President Dr. G. Marishma sir, and also the other managing fraternity for their great support to our department in all means. I also thank my department head, Mrs. K.B. Bakesima, for her splendid guidance and support. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all. A tree will be lushy, green, and strong when its roots are strong. The roots always remain under the soil. Everyone will talk about the tree's beauty, its fruits, and its shade, but still the root remains silent. Likewise, here we have with us the strong base, the root of this 2 days international conference, Bodhi, International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science. Dr. Balakrishnan, editor and publisher, who's always there behind the screens and makes us to shine. Thank you, sir, for your splendid support and making all the arrangements for these 2 days program. Thank you a lot, and for making this event a grand success. Finally, my great thanks to all the participants for these 2 days. You all were there patiently waiting for your turn to present, and within the stipulated time, you all presented it neatly. Thank you all, and thank you for your great support. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, wish you all the great success in the forthcoming days also. I once again render my gratitude to all the dignitaries and the participants, chairpersons, and resource persons, etc. Warm and great gratitude. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Tamlarasi ma'am, for your wonderful vote of thanks. I
Thank you,
hope
ma'am.
all the participants to fill the feedback form. Do you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Dear participants, as we already told the rules and regulations, after fill your forms, it will be followed by us. Okay, so be patient for your certificates. Okay, thank you all.
And participants, after filling the feedback form, kindly leave the platform. Without filling the feedback, don't move away.